All right. Hi, everybody. Hope y'all can hear me all right. Hope everything's coming through clearly. Thank you for joining on this lovely Thursday evening. And welcome. Today we're going to be pretty chill. I am thinking we're just going to keep working on some of the projects that we worked on last night. Mainly, I want to finish this mask up today. But we're also probably going to look into starting to repair two bags that I have, and that the owner has asked me to see if I can repair them. So we'll do a little bit of design work today, probably in the latter half of the stream. But to start, we're actually going to start with our mask here, and then we're going to do a quick run to do a clear coat over the flags that we painted yesterday. That said, I hope everyone's doing well. I hope everyone's kind of cozy and settled and having a good evening. Make sure to grab some snacks, water, and whatever you want to do. This is a great space to do parallel play or to just have some kind of body doubling for work that you need to get done. We do have a couple of new things here. You'll notice that the overlay is a little bit different. Borb has been moved a little bit, as has the music player. I'm trying to clean things up, make it a little bit easier to see stuff. So we now have chat commands. So there are chat commands available. You can type, I think, ! command list to see what they are, and they will help you figure out, what we're doing. So yeah, feel free to give those a shot. And if you have any questions, feel free to do some channel points or shoot it in chat. I'm happy. I'm watching chat as I work. Happy to answer questions in chat as we go. So for today, first thing we want to do is we want to kind of cut the straps for our face mask. And I took the liberty of at least marking out my lengths of what I want to make sure that we have the pieces that we need, and just kind of move a little bit more quickly through here, since this will require some burnishing and then some shaping and fitting. So we are just going to go ahead and get started. Here we go. So these are our two buckle side straps here. These are going to be what kind of hold the buckles that will go to kind of the back of the head area to help secure this mask to your face. And our buckles right now are going to be these nicer silver buckles here. They'll lay pretty flat and pretty nicely. But I do want to just go back to this real fast. We can still use our rainbow hardware. We have rainbow threading here. I know we chose silver last time, but the rainbow hardware with rainbow threading I think would look really good. Even if the silver and the whiskey looks really good, we had chosen the hardware before we actually chose the threading that we used for the face mask top and bottom pieces here. And I would love to see if maybe we could switch this out, maybe do some rainbow pieces, see if that would work. But I want to bring it up to y'all since we chose it together, see what y'all think. So we have some rainbow D-rings here. We have our rainbow hardware and buckles. And I'm going to give y'all a good close look here. So y'all can see. Let's see here. Here we go. Switch that over. Again, we're looking at our rainbow hardware tied with the rainbow threading that we did, and just swapping out the silver that we currently have on here, just because I think it might look better. But this is all a prototype anyway. There's a good chance that this may never make it to the store, so I'm not even really worried about it. I just want to put my thoughts out there. So feel free to let me know what you think, and I will work on getting started with some of our other stuff. Let's see, I need to pull something up here. There we go. It's a little better. Help me out. Trust a bird's expertise. I don't know about that. Bird makes some choices sometimes. Move this a little bit here, just so it's a little more out of the way for me. There we are. Either way, we are not quite working on that just yet. We are working on these back straps here. So I'm going to start working there, and we will make a decision here in a few minutes. Let's see. Jump back to our tabletop just so y'all can see a little bit of what I'm actually doing, and not just our hardware here, as well as to get that a little bit out of our way. There we go. And as I was saying earlier, I hope everyone's having a lovely evening. It's a little bit warm here for me, so I've got the fan going on in the background. Hopefully it's not too noticeable. There we go. It's one piece. There we go. All right. I'll need to adjust this press here. Grab my hole punches. Right, put them over here. We are probably gonna look for that. Alright, I think we are going to go for the rainbow hardware. We'll swap that out here in a moment. I just think it's going to be a cleaner look. At least for this piece. I don't mind mismatching thread and hardware. In fact, I think it can be a really good look sometimes. But I find that it really depends on what the combos are. If they work with each other really well, especially with the leather color, it can make for some really great pieces. But at the same time, they need to complement nicely. And unfortunately, I just don't think our silver, our whiskey, and the rainbow threading works well. But I like the rainbow, and I'd honestly prefer it than switching everything out for silver. So, we're going to do that. Alright. Trim this end down here a little bit. Just kind of push that back here, out of the way. So, if these are our two straps, if you, again, there we go. So these are our two straps. So these are going to be the buckle ends. They're going to be what kind of holds our buckles on. And we want to make sure everything kind of fits nicely. Go. Grab my small pliers here. We are just gonna reach in here. Just gonna feed this through as best as we can. We'd have to redo this a little bit. That's a problem. Okay, let me see what I was doing wrong there. So yeah, I'm also realizing that I still need to burnish this, so it doesn't matter anyway. I need to take this apart, and we will we'll deal with the rest of it here, like the assembly here in a few minutes. First, we need to kind of burnish the back and the sides, but ultimately, this piece is going to sit off the side here and go all the way out to the buckle, and then we'll have the opposite end, which we still need to cut, which will be a buckle strap end, and that will just go around the other side and connect. And it should be a pretty secure connection. First, though, we are going to get some burnishing done. Start with the back pieces all the way. First things first, we want to sand everything down a little bit. So I'm gonna grab my little file sander, if I can find it again. Somehow managed to misplace this piece every single day. There we go. There we go. Again, we're just roughing this up a little bit just so it takes some of that burnishing gum a little bit nicer. Give us a nice smooth burnish at the end. Just really going to kind of make this piece feel good. And it kind of steps it up from just being quickly assembled to something that, you know, feels you know, pristine or you know, top quality. Yeah, absolutely. Get roughed. I feel like if I was feeling particularly dom in any way, which I never am, that'd be what I'd say. Just get roughed, loser, as I'm burnishing leather. Because I've absolutely talked to my leather before. Usually when it's frustrating me. And now I'm streaming, so I can just talk to y'all, which is honestly way better for me. I look a little bit less crazy that way. Alright. Absolutely, it's way less weird when y'all talk back. Okay, we're gonna burnish, so my mic's gonna mute for a minute. But I'm still here, still listening, and I'll unmute in between burnishing bits. Absolutely, Esper. Just a little bit less weird. Alright, we're going to burnish this next piece here. Make sure this is a nice, kind of thicker coat. This thicker leather is really thirsty for the burnishing cream sometimes. It really likes to suck it up, and giving a little excess is not a bad thing. There we go. We'll probably give this one more go here in a second for both of these, because they're still feeling a little rough. Hey Star, how you doing? I'm on the big screen, I'm on the big TV. I feel honored. Now before we go any further with this, or do the next bit, I'm realizing that because we haven't cut the other end of the straps, we're just gonna have to come back and do more burnishing if we're not careful. So, we're gonna do a quick measure and a quick cut for both of these straps here. Now, when I'm doing this, I really want to make sure I measured these off of my head, and I have a relatively large head. So I want to make sure that I am sizing appropriately. So we'll probably go right about here. Grab my pen. Wait, am I trapped in the TV? Someone let me out. Let the burb out. I don't want to be trapped in a TV. There we go. For the end here, I'm just going to do the same thing. Just like that. Should be able to cut this out and then make a duplicate pretty easily. Just like that. Mark this down real fast. Big ol' screen. Well, I am honored to be trapped in the big screen. Most of the people I watch are trapped in my little tiny screen that I keep in my pocket. There we go. You know what, mini golf, that's a fair point. Women's pants don't always have pockets, so a lot of times it's in my purse. Go. All right, with those cut, we've now kind of finished burnishing all of these together. We'll go ahead and cut the holes for this though. Ooh, how is Vampire Crawlers? I have not really seen much about that one. All right, these are coming along nicely. and get the next set here. Nice. I always love a good game that we can get into enough to really 100%. I need to go back and 100% Creature Kitchen. I'm actually missing, I think, 2 or 3 achievements in that one. And I don't think they'd be terribly difficult. So I really want to go back and get them. Alright. Just gonna keep punching holes for a few minutes, do some burnishing to finish this project off. There we go. Looking good there. Wipe this table off just a little bit, clean it up. Got a bunch of leather confetti on this table. Unfortunately, this stuff doesn't turn into the channel points for the leather confetti, so it's not really useful to us. We're going to burnish a little bit more here. So I'm going to mute the mic now again for a couple minutes. Alright, does any brave soul want to do me a favor? Saturn, if you want to type into the chat, !Burb, B-I-R-B, and hit enter. Saturn is only 9% burb right now. It is okay. Esper, it is a really good theme. I like that one a lot. That's true, Saturn. You are puppy. The burb command does have a bit of a time cooldown. I could probably update that. I don't know I put it in there in the first place. Let's see here. Where is that command? It's a 60-second cooldown right now. I'm just going to make it like a 10 second for the moment. Alright, that should be updated. There is no puppy command yet. I'm sorry, Saturn. I could probably add one.
Bird up.
Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? With an expanded free trial which you can play through the entirety of A Realm
Really?
Reborn and the award-winning
Oh my
Shadowbringers
God.
expansion up to level 80 for free with no restrictions
Puppy.
on playtime.
Victor, why? Also, Star, sorry, you're not burb right now. There is a secret surprise for anyone who gets 100% burb. Okay. Those done. We'll start burnishing these edges, and then we'll be done with burnishing, hopefully for most of the night. Borb is a very harsh judge. He only wants the most bird a burb can be. That would be quite the surprise. I don't think I have the skills to do that just yet. What am I doing? I need to sand the edges first. See, only 8% burb. Orb is a very, very harsh judge.
Pup_Saturn needs a bird to stop shrimping.
I'm only shrimping the slightest bit right now. And that's mostly so I can lean over the table and get this sanding done. Okay, fine. I have straightened up a little bit. Look, there's a reason I added the posture channel reward, because I knew people would help me have better posture. Honestly, one of these days I should do one of these streams in one of my corsets. That would really force me to keep a straight back. We do love a good corset. Also, I need you to tell me more about pickle time. Or what does pickle time entail? Is it like our 2 a.m. like Sonic drive-through adventures last summer? Saturn, definitely need to get you a cute corset for sure. Alright, almost done sanding these edges. I'll tell you what. If I get to a point where I have, say, 50 subscribers, I will do a corset stream. I'll either do some gaming or some leatherwork. The whole time I'll be in a corset. I need reasons to wear it more anyway, and it could be fun. That's a lot of pickles to eat at once. But I'm also someone who doesn't really like pickles, never have. So I'm a little biased there. Look, some people really enjoy pickles. I'm not one of them, but I can respect the people that do. More for them means less that I ever have to eat. Alright, making some progress. Nearly halfway through the edges that we're burnishing, and then we'll start that final assembly. Okay, Sorka, that's bold of you to say when I'm muted and can't even respond well. Rude. So rude. Chad does not need to bully me like this. Mini golf. that's fair. That is why I gave gave Borb the greaser look. It's for y'all, so y'all can bully on occasion. Wow, y'all are rude. Saturn, maybe I should add a bully command. Y'all still haven't figured out the other commands that are here.
Zaris needs you to hydrate.
Okay, I'm fine. I'm hydrating. Cheers. Nope, not an Awaybo command. There is a list command, which will say what other ones there are. Feel free to keep guessing, though. Awaybo. Awaybo. Hi, Zaros. How are you doing? Thanks for dropping by. Ooh, good call. Sketchbooks are always good to have at conventions. I say as somebody who has still never once been to a convention. Zaris, can you do me a favor? Ooh, yes, that's good. Make it the official con sketchbook. Zaris, I want you to type !burb, B-I-R-B. Zaris, Borb has officially declared that you are so far the most burb here. Also, did I stay up till nearly 4 a.m. last night making chat commands, some of them more complex? And is burb the best one, the one that I'm most proud of? 100% yes. It does have a 10-second cooldown, global cooldown, just so it can't be spammed. %'s not bad. Puppy's very Borb right now, very burb. Mini golf, 90% burb. That is a lot of burb. That's almost full burbage. Also, hi to everybody who's here. Whether you're a lurker or chatting, so glad to have you. Thanks for stopping by. We are currently working on our face mask that we started, or worked on yesterday. We are hopefully going to finish that tonight. We are working on the straps at the moment. And just having fun in chat. So feel free to hang out. No need to chat if you don't want to. We're just kind of enjoying the evening. They do say you get more burb the longer you watch this stream. I kid, you can be as much burb as you want. Yep, the Hannibal Lecter mask. Shark, thank you so much for following. Really, really appreciate it. It would help if I muted the mic for y'all's sake. The Dremel does indeed go burr, and sometimes I just have to forget to put it on mute so that we can all appreciate why I muted it in the first place. That said, we are finished with our burnishing for now. I'm happy about that. Ooh, people are getting really high burbage. Will someone get the coveted 100% burb? We are about to run into an ad, so now's a great time to just hang out and chat. Maybe test your burbage if you have it in a little bit, but we'll be back in just a second. For those of you who are still here and don't see those ads, we're just going to hang out. I'm going to start getting ready to swap out the hardware for Rainbow here, so that we can start putting things together. All right. So I'm just going to take some of this hardware off, and we're just going to start replacing pieces as we go. You can check if you're burb again in like 10 minutes. set these aside for now. There it is. Okay. No wings for Puppy. That's fair. I take it you're heading out to the hotel for the con then? All you can hear is 2 avocados for $10. That is a good hearing of it for sure. Yes and no. Okay. I definitely was planning on going to the con at least for a day before I lost my job. But now money's a little tighter, so I'm not sure. Might hit it up Sunday, maybe Sunday morning. I don't know. But worst case, I will just go to the next con. All right. Here's our rainbow hardware, which I actually think looks really good. Yeah. We'll see, Zaris. I really want to go to check out the show floor and just attend a con for once, but I can always do that next time or at another con in the future. Besides, I'd only be able to hang out for the morning probably because I am still wanting to live stream on Sunday evening or Sunday afternoon. Hi, Raku. The con we're talking about is Furlandia. It's this weekend down here in the Portland area. So excited to give that a check at some point. Whether or not it's this year, who knows? So the market I'm prepping for is the Mercury market. So Mercury is a 21 plus kink friendly goth bar in Seattle. And I was able to secure a table spot for that market, which is, I believe, June 21st. I think that's Sunday. So I'll be there from like at least 10 p.m. to midnight, probably 10 p.m. to like 2 p.m. when they finish, or 2 a.m. when they finish. So it's just going to be a long night. Yeah, I feel that, Esper. It's definitely one that I wanted to check out, and since it's local, it's like, hey, I want to give it a shot. But I've just not had the chance to do it yet. Oh my gosh! Kujo Uwu, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. We are getting so close to 50 followers, and that's really sweet. I am excited about that. Welcome. If you just jumped in, welcome. If not, thanks for hanging around and following. I definitely not sure how many people I'll need to help with that booth, but I am open to helpers. Specifically, I haven't confirmed who's available, so Star, if you'd wanted to help, I would be happy to have you. Sorka, do you mean just drill for the the screwdriver noise? All right. Get these put back on here. We'd have like a screwdriver emote eventually. That's why I added the like clicker trainer emote. As well as a few of the others. My shrimp and no shrimp emotes. Yeah, I definitely want to get a table at Furlandia. I think it'd be a really easy one to get. Or to do, just because I'd be in the local
Clarice
area.
needs a bird to stop shrimping.
I'm not shrimping. I'm actually nice and like straight. Well, I'm definitely queer, definitely not straight, but I am sitting up straight. Looks like our music might have... Who's clicker training me? Chirp, I'm a bird. That's so true, Victor. I also really need to make a posture collar. That's been on my list of things to pattern out as well. Okay. So here's what we're looking at. Here's that rainbow hardware. I think it definitely looks better. A quote list would be a good one. I could see that. Suspenders harness. Okay. We can make that happen. Honestly, I am starting to get into harnesses and like making them, so it's definitely something we could do.
FF14 is
Blasphemy.
overrated and you all need to touch grass.
Sorka's out here trying to make enemies. Alright, that's updated with all of our rainbow hardware there. Y'all should type, someone should type exclamation point, what we doing? Just because I worked hard on it. I'm really proud of that one. I just saw the box I was looking for. There it is. Okay, now we're gonna finally put this last bit together. Of course it got auto-modded. The scripting language I use is not scripting language, at least not in the fancy, smart way that you would use scripting or anything. I am just working through StreamerBot. Alright, I think buckles are going to be on the left here. Grab another one of our rainbow buckles here. So we have two of them out. Go. Y'all are ridiculous tonight. I love it. Okay. Two more of these. It's a whole lot of configuration menus. Like I said, I was up till like 4 a.m. figuring it all out. But I was also just kind of automating some stuff, cleaning things up, making the stream hopefully a little bit nicer, just from a like functionality standpoint. It's certainly nicer on the back end because I can do some adjustments, you know, at the touch of a button now, rather than having to like manually do everything. So I certainly appreciate StreamerBot for what it is. Nope, that is not a command right now. Although, Saturn, if you want to keep track of some of these command ideas, I'd be happy to look into adding a few of them. One of the ones that I really worked hard on that I didn't fully get to implement is my original idea was if you got 100% verb, it would award you channel points. But Twitch doesn't allow that. Twitch doesn't allow awarding or removing of channel points in any way, shape, or form. So Taurus, you are hitting every auto mod tonight. Oop, hold on a second. Yep, I appreciate the humor. We could definitely do a fair bit, but I need to make a couple dollars off of this. And I don't know where Twitch draws the line on certain things. That's why auto mod's a little bit stricter than it probably needs to be. And I know it's not like YouTube, but I am also uploading some of this, and I don't know, until I get more comfortable with it, I just want to be cautious. That's kind of where I'm at. Victe, I don't even know what that means, and I'm a little afraid to ask. That's fair. I get that. We are definitely marked as an 18 plus stream, so not too worried about it. I just am new and still kind of get the hang of all this. I just don't know where that line is, so I'm being a little abundantly cautious. Just be patient. I will lighten up as we get a little more situated and I get a better feel for what's allowed versus what's not. So meanwhile, right now, I'm just going to struggle with this really badly. because this does not want to go through the way I want it to. Almost there. Come on. Don't know why this one's giving me such a hard time. I think we got it, finally. Yeah. Okay. Alright, there we go. Here we are. Those pieces are done. That was probably the hardest part of this whole process. So again, like I said a few minutes ago, we're going to do our buckles on the left side here. I want to make sure the longer one is on the top. Okay. We are just about done assembling this. Once we finish this up, we are probably going to take a few minutes to take some photographs of this. I'll show you some of my editing process for photographs. And then we will switch gears and see about starting to design some repair pieces for some damaged bags that I need to fix. Assuming, of course, I can get these screws to work for me. Which they really do not want to do right now. Alright. Pretty please. Okay. I have an idea. Will help with this. Can't rotate this D-ring around here. Sometimes a flat instead of an arch gives us a little bit more room to work with. Really? You were absolutely there for a second. There we go. Okay, finally. Got that one on. Do the same thing preemptively here. Go. Okay. For this piece, jump back to our other ones here. So I switched to rainbow hardware because with the rainbow stitching we did, it just, to me, it looks a lot better. It's just one of those, like, to me, it just looks better. It's just an eyepiece thing for me. I don't mind mixing hardware and thread. Sometimes I think it looks really good, but this time around, it just kind of felt better to go to rainbow. It needed more gay. Is that better? Is that a better answer? Yes, I betrayed chat. But I had to. I just had to follow my gut. My bird brain said it needs to match. I feel so managed. Oh my gosh. I could paint the feathers with pride stuff. That actually might look really good. I like that idea. There we go. Buckle sides are on. I know. I'm a betrayer. I'm sorry. This is why we need to. This is why we need the bully command for when I betray chat. Y'all are ridiculous. Alright, we are almost finished with this. No, there's not a Final Fantasy XIV command. I do need more commands. I had to learn this whole process as I went, okay? Zaris, can I ask what? Okay, we gotta fix that one. Automod needs to Yep, Twitch showing their own hand with that auto mod. I'm gonna fix that right away. Thank you, Saturn. I really appreciate it. I am sometimes slow to train, Sorka. Not always. I like being a good girl, so I usually try to obey. Vic Day. Oh my gosh. Saturn, I hope you're still taking down a list of all these command ideas. And just like that, we are done. I did really like the suggestion of painting the feathers in pride colors, so we might do that just to add a little more color to this.
Pixel Witch 25 needs you to hydrate.
Thank you for the reminder, Star. Just gonna get this set up here. Stand on its own a little bit better like this. There we go. Y'all, I think that looks pretty good. Also, hydration for everybody who needs it. Make sure to grab some. I, of course, am rocking the Pizza Hut commemorative cup. But yeah, I am pretty pleased with this. I think it turned out really good, despite me betraying chat and changing the hardware out for our rainbow. Sometimes you just gotta make those decisions, though. And I think in this case, it actually worked out pretty well. Some of this hardware away. We're going to take a few photos of this. So I'm going to set up for some photos real fast. Then we're going to do some editing of that. Then we're going to jump over to our bag stuff. As a quick little preview, we have 2 bags that we are going to work on fixing. One is this bag right here. See, we've got a nice hole that's been worn through. Kind of want to just create a patch that we can sew in. Just make it a nice, easy patch. Something that we can maybe design, make look good. And then the other one is this kind of worn satchel bag. You can see some of these clips are pulling out. They've been re-glued. So I want to reinforce this area with some leather that looks similar to the old stuff. And then we are going to see about replacing those magnetic fasteners with some new ones that I have that are ready to go. And we'll see how far we get tonight on that. First things first, though, we are going to take some photos. Put a nice white backdrop in just for the moment. I need to get my other backdrop to extend this out a little bit. Zaris, what kind of power have you been given? Also, Smokey, welcome. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us. I get my hardware from a few different places. My Chicago screws I actually get from a shop based in Canada right now. I would have to look it up. Give me just a second to pull that up. I'm gonna just pull my Excel file back up. Woo, Canada mention. Yeah, I have a couple shops that I work with. Before a bunch of the customs and import stuff changed here in the US, a lot of what I did was I ordered from a company called Pet Hardware. They are based out of they're based out of Eastern Europe. I forget exactly which country, just off the top of my head, and they had really good deals on bulk prices, and also all of their hardware was like certified nickel free, which is really great. So all of these buckles that I have, these are still from that company. But the hardware, the Chicago screws that I'm using, those are from the Canada company that I am pulling up right now. Let's see. Material costs. My rainbow is... Let's see here. Well, shoot. I might have misplaced where that shop is. I will get back to you. Feel free to bring it up at some point, or send me like a PM or a message over socials and ask. I'll find it for you, and I'm happy to give you the shop that I work with. Nickel free is super important and hard to find. I agree. I do still have hardware that is nickel, but I do try anytime an order comes in. I do try to check, and if people want something without nickel, I go do as much as I can to ensure that they don't have to have it, or that I can go around it and do something else. In fact, it's why a lot of my stuff, let's see if I can find it. Where did I set it? A lot of my stuff I try to design so that it specifically doesn't have hardware touching the skin. This was a prototype. I know we're getting off topic here. This was a prototype of my tracker collar. So this is one of the first ones that I did. It's a collar that's designed after a tracking, like a wildlife tracking collar. So for any of the critters, the furs, the people who want to wear a collar but didn't want to feel like they were domesticated, I wanted to design something for them. And I wanted to make sure that even if I had to use nickel parts, nothing in the design actually touches the skin where metal is concerned. All of the metal is outside, and I've since refined this even further, but all of the metal is not visible and not touching the skin, which is really really what I was hoping for, because I want to be respectful of those allergies and those concerns. But yeah, so I try to do what I can for allergies a lot. It is definitely a concern of mine and something that I am pretty deeply aware of. Okay, grab my camera here. Birdsong. We love a good birdsong. All right. So today I'm shooting on my Nikon D7500. I just get a little bit better of a shot with that. Have a good night, Zaris. Thank you so much for hanging out. I will do my best to be good to myself. You do as well. And have a fun time at the con this weekend. Pull you a little lower here, mostly so you can see a little better what I'm looking at. All right. So I've got my camera set right underneath yours right now. There is going to be a bit of a flash warning. I'm not sure how much it's going to kick up on the screen, but hopefully it's not too bad. If it is, let me know. But yeah, my goal is mostly just to get a solid white background, at least as much as possible. There we go. Just take a few photos of this for now. Not going to try to do too many. And we will jump over to my computer here in just a second and actually look at them. Give me just a second to switch over here. Let's see. Switch over to this. And get our photo editor open here. I'm gonna grab my water before I leave it on the other side of the room here. Everybody still hear me all right? Perfect. Okay. Let me make sure that we're actually catching our let's see, the photo. Oop, not File Explorer. There we go. this is my photo editing software. We are going to open our camera here, get our photos pulled in, and do some quick editing. I try to work hard when I've been doing this for a little bit, and I've been on this setup for a while now, so I try to make sure that what I do is pretty basic or pretty simple, because I don't want to spend a whole lot of time editing. I really just want to do the basics. I just want to do minor like white balance adjustments, and I want it to look nice. So what you're going to see is most of what I do is I'm just going to adjust my exposure. I already have a good white backdrop, so I just want to make that pop. So I'm going to bring that white up. I'm going to bring our black point up as well to darken the rest of our colors. And then all I'm really going to do from here, I might pull that brightness up just a little bit more. I usually don't have to do much of it. I'm going to hit develop up here to develop it, because it was in an NEF file format. And now all I'm really going to do is go to my base light setting. My white balance I want to drop to cool, just to give it a little more of a true white, at least for my screen. And then occasionally I will drop in my brightness contrast if I feel I need it. In this case, I'm pretty content with this. Might even toggle or toy with doesn't need the brightness. I don't think it really needs it. So the last thing I'm going to do is I will probably just crop it in a little bit. Except I want to make sure it stays the same constraint. So the same ratio. Just move it so it recenters a little bit. And that's it. That's our photo. I've got 2 or 3 more of these. We'll just kind of file export these really fast. I usually export, for the most part, since I'm using social media, I will export the JPEGs rather than PNGs. I just don't need anything that high quality. Thank you. I think it's looking pretty good too. So let me just create a new folder here for face masks. Save that. And we're going to open the other 2 photos that we have. Like I said, I didn't take many for this right now. It's more so just to kind of get a rough idea and to have a few things I could share on social media. Develop that. Adjust our white balance back to cool. And then play with our brightness. Again, I don't think we need it for this one. So we'll just export and move on. Close out the old ones. And the last photo we'll do right now is going to be this one. Should get us a nice view of the details on that feather tooling. Bring that back down a bit. Back down to cool. This one we will crop, mostly to get rid of that little corner up there that wasn't white. Again, I don't think we need that white, or we don't need that light adjustment. I think that looks fine as it is. So we'll export that, and we're done. Photos, in my book, really should only take a few minutes total. Because if I'm spending more time on them, then A, they're more edited, which just means they don't look as nice. Or people, are curious if it's an actual, accurate representation. And then B, I have other stuff I want to do. I want to work on actual leather stuff. I don't want to, detail with photos too much. Right. So with that done and out of the way, we will jump over to our next stuff, which is going to be our bags. And actually, I might take this as a quick moment to run to the bathroom, just because we've been going now for a little while, about 2 hours, and now seems like a good time to take a break, run to the bathroom, grab some water. In my case, probably also grab some caffeine, and then we'll meet back up here in just a minute. So bear with me, I'll be back here in just a couple moments. But okay, we are back. I got some water. I also did grab grab some caffeine. Because let's be honest, I want some. Now, what we're going to be doing is we are going to be working on our bags. Now, this is going to be a little bit different. We're going to be jumping kind of back and forth between our workbench and, yep, Dr. Don Retainer. Gotta have that Dr. Pepper. We're going to be working back and forth between our designer and like our design studio and the workbench because I'm going to be taking some measurements so I can kind of like build out the shape that I want. Because these are both smaller pieces, it means I can actually laser engrave these. And I just think it might be fun. So with that little notification that ads are coming in about 2 minutes, what I'm going to do is going to go ahead and run those manually, and I'm going to get situated and set up while we do that. All right. While that's going, for those of you that are still with me, we are just going to get our design software opened. Let's see if I can find my design software. There. Nope. There you are. Oh, you have a commission? What type of commission are we looking at? What are you thinking, or who with, or? Okay. All right, we come back to here. Open that back up. So this is our design software here. Ooh, a baby bag could be nice. Yeah, let's talk. It'd be fun to do. Let's see. This is basically our welcome back anybody who was in ads. This is our design software, and we're going to be using it to look at some of these bags I have here. We're going to take some measurements, create some shapes, and see what we can make. So I think we're going to start with this bag. The main thing, this is really simple. At least I'm hoping it's going to be simple. All we really need to do, because these actually look like they're still in pretty good shape, all we need to do is we need to reinforce these pockets right here, probably with just a stitched leather square that looks, and it is shaped roughly like this. So we'll do rounded edges. We're going to do kind of roughly that same length. So we're going to take a quick measurement of it. I'm really looking for rough measurements here. It looks like about 1 3/4 inches. Just about. Looks like it's going to be square, so probably about the same. Yeah, pretty close. So we're probably just going to make some squares that are 1 3/4 inch all the way around with rounded corners. So we're going to take a rounded rectangle tool here. Go for about 1 3/4, so 1.75. Pretty close there. We love round rec. Yes, we do. Now for lasering, we don't care about fill. We want a line, because the line is going to be what allows us to cut. Yes, much curve. Do we think that curve roughly matches? Should we adjust our radius on this curve, on this rounded rectangle? So we could slide it, make it more round, make it less round. It's sitting right about 25% right now. Hi Matcha! Thanks for stopping by. Get a little bit closer here so y'all can see a little better. Also helps me so I can see a little bit better while I'm at the computer. I'd say we're pretty good at 25%. Mini Golf, you're 76% burb right now. Ooh, I don't know what it would do, but leather could be a fun command. Yeah, I have a Discord now. It has like nobody in it. It's completely empty and it's a little sad. I would love to see it populated. Matcha is not much burb, only 8% burb. Matcha, I obviously added some chat commands. If you want to try exclamation mark, what we doing? That's also a good one. That's true. You can always get more bird by just adding more bird. It's a little known secret. Now Borb can talk with you. Alright, so we're going to do 4 of these rounded rectangles. Mostly because I want to do a patch on the back of the pocket and on the front, so we get a true like reinforcement. This is going to be something that I have to hand stitch. I'm not going to be able to get my sewing machine up into the pocket really well, so I want to make sure it's nice and secure. And by adding, thank you, very round squares. I appreciate it. By adding a patch onto the back that we sew to, we will actually kind of help make sure that that is a nice clean set of stitching and stronger like reinforcement for the bag itself. Now we're going to keep this simple. I'm not going to add any more details to this, mostly because I would rather add those details after the fact to make sure that we can match them, make sure the holes are in the right places. I could do that with the laser, but stitch holes with the laser are kind of a pain in the ass. And I don't feel like fighting them right now. It's quite something. I've done it before. If I open, let's see, it'll be one of our cast iron panels, won't it? We'll open this one. So these are all individually placed, and I had to make sure they matched on all fronts, both reverse matching so that they could stack on each other. So yeah, I don't want to do that right now, so we're going to do that manually with the press and just work on it from there. So this is what we need for this one. Pretty pleased with just the basic design for that. So let's look at our other bag now. So if possible, we can actually do this all in one print. And this one's going to require a little more planning and design. So we are looking at this lovely bag. It has a very unfortunate tear right here in the corner, and we really just want to patch this up. This is going to be one that is kind of a unique shape, and also is one that I would love to kind of put a unique design to. Haven't quite figured out what that design is going to be. We can work on it together. Saturn, if you have preferences for a design on this patch, please let me know. It is your bag, so we'll see. I think from the corner here, we are going to want to go about 2 inches up. I'm going to grab a little piece of paper here, just one of my receipts, and we are going to mark and write some of this down, because this is going to be, we can turn this into managed democracy. Okay. So the patch that I'm thinking of I like that. We'll all vote and then Saturn can decide. So this is the shape that I'm thinking of for the patch. Kind of a car door. But it's going to cover this pretty nicely. So we're going to do 2 inches there on that angle. Our bottom. Let's see, we'll go down an extra inch vertically, I think. All right, this is going to be great. And I think from our 2-inch line here, swap over. Just a light mark with our silver pen, because that'll wash out. Here we go. Go down again, 1 inch here. And if we go out, say another inch, that's going to be probably about 2.5 inches. Yeah, about 2.5 inches, and we'll solidify this on the actual digital design. One inch, 2.5 inches, and then this bottom line I think was 2 inches, 3 inches. Oh, it's about just shy of 2.5. Matcha, I do not recognize that. Also, I think you overestimate the complexity that this laser can do. It can do some decently complex things, but I don't think it can do like a full scene of something very nicely, at least. Oh no. I guess I'm getting sent whatever this reference is. While I'm waiting for that, we are going to draw out our shape here. we want this to be oh no. I did not hear that. That's actually really cool. That's also a show I've not thought of in forever. Okay, we're actually gonna do this a little bit differently here, just to get my shape. We're gonna do an unrounded rectangle. Width, we want to be 2.4. Height, we want to be 1. And we want 2.5 by 1. One, 2.5. Tonight was a 4 pickle night. That's a lot of pickles. But hey, you know, you do you on that. Just a pickle counter. Not even related to my stream. Okay, now we're just gonna connect that. So here's our actual shape. We are going to turn both of these into curves. Select both, please. Thank you. We're going to break those curves. Just like that. Do the same thing for this one. Mostly because we want to select just these inner lines and get rid of them. There we go. Now we have our main shape for this patch. Now if we wanted to, we could actually curve these edges a little bit too. I will probably do that just to help. Just kind of keep this, this patch a little bit nicer for longer. We won't need to curve this bit here, but we're going to find out. Probably just like that. Just the slightest of curves. And again, okay. Get my controls wrong here. Just wanting to line those up as best as we can, just like that. And we're going to do the same thing we did here. We'll convert to curves. I actually want to add a curve right where that overlap is. Or add a point, I guess, a node. Because I'm going to select both of those nodes now. We're going to break the curve. And I realize that you can't see the menus popping up. I still haven't fixed that. So I apologize about that. We are going to then take the rest of these nodes, delete them, or not. What did I do? Oh, because I just need to delete that. There we go. Now, make this a little bit simpler. We are actually just going to go connect it with that. Do the same thing on this corner. There. Now we have a slightly curved corner. We're going to do that 4 more times. Break our curve there. Convert this one to curves. Break the curves there. Just going to select this inside part, delete that. Now we just move these nodes down to where their intersect is with the existing curve. There we go. Again, just going to break the curve here. Do the same thing with the circle. Convert it to curves first. Then select each one of these nodes. Right click, break the curve, and just select the inner portion and get rid of it. Select our square nodes again. That's what I wanted to do. There we go. Interesting. What node did I just... Wait, how far up does that one go? It goes all the way. Okay, these are duplicated. Love that. So we'll just get rid of that. Make sure it goes... Ah. That's what it was. Cool. In that case, we're going to break this again. That's what happens sometimes when you do multiple shapes over each other. Do that. It should already be broken now. Nope. So we will move this node back as well. Now we do want to get rid of all of the duplicate lines. Mostly because the laser will recognize them and will go over that again. This isn't how I draft all of my patterns. A lot of times I do patterns by hand at first. So if we look up at the top corner, this is one of my first patterns that I've done. This is just for the cuffs, specifically a 3/4 inch, and really I use it mostly just for anything that's going to be a 3/4 inch strap. All of this was done by hand. This was done by measuring things out, using my rulers and measurements, and then just cutting out of cardstock. I do like digitizing my patterns if I can, though. Usually what I'll do is I'll take time to scan my patterns in. So as I bring that back out, this is one of my scanned patterns. So this is my anklets. Again, I can show you the finished product here. So this was originally hand drafted. This was originally hand drafted, and eventually, after I was happy with it, I went in and I digitized it, and then I reprinted it on cardstock and cut it back out. And what it does for me is it just helps make sure that I've got really straight lines and really even sides, so that my work becomes a little more consistent. It's not something that's required, but it is something that helps a whole lot. If you remember when we were working on the mask last week, I did have patterns for that. Those were also digitized and then printed and cut out. The my hood mock-up is still in the works. The pattern didn't survive the move super well, so I'm kind of gonna have to rework it. I do still have it. I just haven't had the time or the motivation to work on a project that big. For those of you who don't know what it is, I make a lot of different things. One of those things, as you see right here, are my falconry anklet patterns. These are supersized versions of real falconry anklets that would be used for birds, so that I can make the large equipment, again, like we just saw, for a human-sized bird to wear. What I also am designing is a human-sized falconry hood, and that is in the works. I'm trying to base it pretty consistently off the real thing, so it won't look like the few of the other ones that you might see floating around. But it means it's a lot longer of a project, a lot more work, and I just haven't had the spoons to work on it because I haven't had so much consistent interest in getting it done. Maybe if we have like a couple streams where we just have nothing to do, I might pull it out and we can start to just slowly work on it together on stream. I think that could be fun. That might actually help do this a little bit more, because really I'm at a point where I have a rough pattern. I really just need to make it out of leather and see where the issues are and see what needs to be adjusted in order to finish the pattern and make it look really good. Oh yeah, so that's how I draft some of my patterns. Again, not all of them, but it is how I draft some of them. It's true. I do need to focus on market stuff. So that will be something that will happen. It just might be after June. Fake Day, are you about to tell your pickle story here? Also, Smokies, in case you're curious, I'm using Affinity Designer 2. I don't know if it's still on the market. When I bought it as a replacement to like Adobe Illustrator, mostly because I just hate Adobe, but also because I was looking for something that had the same features and that I could purchase, and would actually, like, I would own it. So that was my goal, and Affinity Designer at the time was a good program for that. It still is. I do know that Canva, I think, bought Affinity, and so I don't know if they still offer Affinity Designer 2. I hope they do, but if they don't, I'm sure you can still find it elsewhere or license keys for it. I'll use it as long as it'll run. That's where I'm at right now. And I do think they are still supporting it. They are just trying to slowly phase it out because Canva, of course, wants to go with like a subscription-based model for all their new stuff, because we're not surprised. Sorka 63% burb. Still haven't gotten 100% burb tonight. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Always happy to talk shop for, you know, how I do things. If you have any further questions, feel free to just ask. I'm an open book when it comes to my process. Okay, so since we are going to do a double patch on this, and this is not a matching, or we're going to do patches on both sides to reinforce it, we are going to want to duplicate this. Just move that over to the side here. I will want the nicer leather to be on the outside of this patch, even if it's on the inside of the pocket, if that makes sense. So I'm going to want to mirror this. So I'm just going to right click here, transform. We're going to flip it horizontal. This means it'll print separately, but will be you know, it'll be a mirror, and so we have the nicer, like, finished leather side on both sides. But we're only going to put a design on one. Speaking of, we should start thinking about our designs. Puppy, are you still up for doing a managed democracy? We could have chat throw out some suggestions for some simple designs that we could laser on, and then we can do a poll. And then you can decide. Uwu is always a good choice. Be a simple one. We could probably design it to make it look cute. Amberb, feral as fuck. Okay. I like these. Let me get out my, let me see if I can't get the, let's see, my Twitch controls so I can do a poll here. Oops. The Pride dog logo. Okay, so this is another one that would be really good, actually. Let me open that one, just so everybody can see it. We can also do the Therian one, which is a fun one. Although I don't think it'd fit too well here. Let's see. Where is... A simple Therian symbol's always a good choice too. I've got that already designed. Oops, in Comic Sans. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Where's my... Do I not just have a basic design of that one? Okay, we'll open our key fobs here. Because this has a few of them. We'll just need to turn these over so we can read them more easily. So this is the dog one, which is also a fun one. So in dog ears, I'm gay. And we could change that to even be in dog ears, I'm trans. We have the I don't count towards HOV lanes. The my other car is a travel crate. All are really fun ones. And then of course we have our simple Therian logo, which is currently upside down because it's the other side of the key fob, but it's going to look something like that. Do I have my actual key fobs here? maybe. Let's see. All right. So for examples, that's a Therian logo. You could also paint them to be gay. In dog ears, I'm gay. We have a couple different options. All right, so let's see. Let me start putting together a poll here. Let's see. Let's do... Let's do this. All right, we're gonna do patch designs. All right, what are our options? What are we thinking of so far? We have in dog ears, that was suggested. We have Oops in Comic Sans. We have Rat Handler. What else am I missing? Feral as fuck. Woo. That'll be the last two that we have. All right, we're gonna put this poll up. So that is started. And we will run that for a couple of minutes now. Obviously, Saturn has the final say in this. But let's see what ideas are coming up. Let's see what people are liking. Because this will be on for bag for quite a while. Again, thanks everybody for hanging out with me. Just kind of spending some time as we work on stuff. I am still trying to get situated as a streamer. Any support I can get is super helpful. Every follow, every subscription, every just share of my social medias when I'm putting stuff out. Kind of being a part of the community is super helpful to me, and honestly being able to chat with everybody while I work has been doing wonders for my ability to get work done, and so I really appreciate that. So thanks all for being here. Thanks for hanging out, and fingers crossed we have a lot more fun together. About maybe 30 seconds left on that poll. Let's see how burb I am right now. I'm only 11% burb. I'm not even a lot burb right now. I don't know what I am. I'm gonna update this code so that it only gives me 100% fur. Lock in. Alright. Feral as fuck
Bird
has
up.
bird up. I need to be more bird. Feral as fuck has 3 votes. So we could design a feral as fuck. The democracy was correct. Is that what you want? Okay. So we get to design a feral as fuck patch now. First thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and group those lines together just so we don't separate them or move them. Ooh, okay, maybe around the Therian symbol. Yeah, give a little bit of a visual element here. Let's see. Do we have... I'm going to open my other one here. Because... Oh no, I can do that in the laser designer. That'll be where I do that. Okay. So let's see. Let's add our text. We're just going to do up top, probably just do feral. Definitely don't want to be an Arial. The Mountain Dew logo. I forgot I had the Mountain Dew font. Oh my gosh. This is specifically the Mountain Dew Blast font. You sure? We can look at some others. We want to make sure you want that. Okay. No, it's Baja. Oh, that's fair. You know what? That is completely fair. I don't know why I ever questioned it. Okay. We will reorient these here in just a second. The first thing I want to do, though, is I want to... Let's see. We are going to see about possibly curving this text a little bit. Definitely have to resize this to make sure it fits. What we want to do is we want to the frame text tool. Nope, not that one. We want the artistic line tool. Is what we want. I just have to remember where I put that. There we go. There we are. Okay, see you in a few minutes, Esper. Macho, you do like showing off your Baja. There's nothing wrong with it. I like your Baja. I like your Baja a lot. Let's see here. What I need to do. It's going to be a little backwards here. Good deal. There. Okay. Adjust this a little bit. Pretty close. Puppy, Saturn, how are we feeling about this? I'm not sure I like the curve here. I do think this needs to get a little smaller for that, regardless. Yeah, I don't love it either. I don't like the curve. I thought I might, but I don't think I do. So we're going to go a little more... I'm going to kind of redo this a little bit. Could line it up with each part of each side of the triangle, so like feral as fuck. That could work. Yeah, we could do that, so kind of up the diagonal here. Let's give that a go. Let's see what we got. We're going to do each word on their own, play with them. Almost be like a hyper, like just big size on this. And we could do, let's see, another one, so don't feral open inside. Yeah, I can kind of see that a little bit. I don't hate this one. It's really the fact that these letters right here aren't up against the edge. Because I think it would look better if everything was right up against that edge there. Therian line we can definitely make thicker. That is something that we will actually probably do in our next bit of software. So don't worry too much about the Therian symbol. Right now, it's just there as a placeholder. But I am with you on that. I'm gonna try something here. Do 65.3. That. I like that a little bit more. Probably drop that L down a little bit. Again, give it its own bit of text here. L. Just briefly. Let's see, what's our 65.3? What is going on in my chat right now? Ferally blonde. How are we feeling as about that right now? Probably a little bit bigger here.
The feral nature is taking over. Soon the chat will devolve purely into feral puns.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all. Along the diagonal is one phrase. How do you feel about these letters being up with the edge of the patch? Do you like that? Do you dislike it? I could definitely do. Can definitely do this and just drop that size down a fair bit. Also probably offset it a little bit if we wanted to. It doesn't have to be right up against that edge. What are we thinking? Okay, that is completely fair. It also gives me room to make stitch lines, which is important. Probably even move it in just a little bit further. We can go pretty big here. We'll probably have to resize this for the idea that I have for the Therian symbol when we get to the next settings. We can probably put it kind of off in this corner a little bit. That is true. That would look something like this. I'm not going to edit. I'm going to make a new one. F.
Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? With an expanded free trial which you can play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning
Big day.
Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 for free
Big
with
day.
no restrictions on playtime.
Why? Oh my gosh. Puppy, you liking this one? Does this one kind of work? You can also make this a little bit bigger here. Like that. Yeah, like that one. Obviously the same font. Welcome back, Esper. We are still designing our patch here. Saturn, how are we feeling about this? You like it? Yeah, you could just be feral fuck. I'll let you make that call, Saturn. This is a patch for your bag here. Matcha. I'm not sure I wouldn't get in trouble for putting that on a patch on stream. I could do it in my own time. If that's what we want to do. I just can't print these right now. That 1980s spot. Mini golf, I actually kind of like that one. I like the pun of it. Unfortunately, Saturn is a dog, not a fox. All right. Saturn, what are your final thoughts here? Do we still want to tweak it or work on it? Or is this feeling good? You like it? Okay. I think we'll go with this then. We'll pull it into the laser designer here in just a moment. First and foremost, though, the last thing I wanted to ask is, would you want something on the smaller patches for your other bag? These would be covered in the middle by the magnetic piece, but something like the Therian logo might actually still look good, even with it being covered in the center bit. We could do that. Otherwise, we can keep it normal and just keep it blank. It's just kind of up to you. I mean, we could do that. Blank is fine for the messenger bag. Okay. So we'll leave those blank. I think we'll probably just leave the as where it is. I think centering it is just going to look a little odd from just a text and like a reading standpoint. I think as it is, it should be good. What I might do though, we could play with the spacing here. Let's see, where's my spacing between words? Here we are. Can I? Oh, I can't do that. Never mind, I guess we can't do that. I can't do it while it's still in the rest of the text. But I think it looks pretty good. I think we'll do this. So it looks like ads are about to run. While that happens, I'm going to get our laser turned on and get this exported over to our laser files, or laser program, because we're going to adjust our Therian emblem a little bit, and then we'll actually put these out to print. So let's see. Save these as an SVG here. Patches.
Macho_main
Thanks,
needs
Matcha.
a bird to stop shrimping.
Mini Golf, have a good night. Thank you so much for hanging out. It was a pleasure. I will be back. Of course, you know, I will be on Sunday. I'm hoping to do a game night. We're going to be playing Everything is Crab, which should be a fun one. And that will be just a nice like change of pace from the Leatherwork for the week. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate all of you being here, but Mini Golf, thank you for spending the evening with me. Let's see, light burn. I'm gonna pull that up, get it running here. And we are going to import. Bag patches. Oh, that's right. I need to do something first. We need to go back to designer because we need to turn these into curves. Here we are. Now we can export. Same thing again. Close. I'm going to delete this so it's not open. There we go. Now we'll re-import that. Okay, see you back in a few minutes. We'll be here. I'm not going anywhere. Okay, so here's our designs. We have a little bit more work to do on this because right now the Therian emblem, if it engraves or cuts, is going to cut like this one. So that means that the shade, the engraving, will actually be the symbol itself. I think it would look better if we have it like this, where it is the reversed. So to do that, we are going to ungroup everything here. So we just want you. We're going to offset the shape a little bit. Because then we can make this bit in here. Let's see. Let me do that right. Adjust that again real fast. definitely only want outer here. Did I do this wrong? Go back to this. Should all still be grouped. Do that. So we want this part to be a layer, different layer here. Ungroup these lines because we want to get rid of those. Now this should give us, we go here to fill, should give us an engraving. This actually needs to be in line 2 as well. Yeah, there we go. It is not easy to see because you can't see the window, but this is going to give us an engraving where it'll engrave around the Therian symbol, but it's going to leave the Therian symbol itself unengraved. So it's going to be the regular leather. It's going to stand out a little bit more, look a little bit nicer. And I think that's just going to be a nicer piece altogether. I'll show you what I mean by that when we actually go and do the engraving. Group these up real fast. Move that down because we want it to kind of be centered with everything. We want to have some gaps on the edges for our stitch lines. Feral as fuck. Puppy, Saturn, here's a question. Do you want the text, feral as fuck, to do the same thing? Do you want it to be where the text is engraved, meaning it's going to be black, like an engraved mark? Or do you want it to stand out like it's like the Therian emblem is going to look for this one? And I guess the better way I could show you is with another one of my pieces here. Make it match the logo. Okay. So yeah, what I mean by that, this is one of my cast iron pan holders. You can see the text is actually not the engraved portion. It's the stuff around it that's engraved. So we'll do this. We don't have to do a rectangle. I think I'm just going to make it follow the lettering itself, just like the Therian logo. And it should look really nice. All right. Same thing here. These over as well. Probably need to move them in. To which we'll do the same thing. Therian logo. Honestly, might shrink that just a little bit. This is why I wasn't going to do a whole lot with the Therian emblem while we were in the designer, because this laser engraver is actually going to give us the better stuff that we can work with here. Let's see, I'm going to ungroup this real fast. We don't need these little middle pieces. Kind of want it to be all one smooth background here. And this should look pretty good. Okay. Then gonna regroup everything here. Group that up. So we'll select them, they're all the same. Then, with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and group all of these per patch. Okay, come on. Light burn can be such a pain. group these together as well. Here we go. Choose our optimization. By group, and then by layer. Looks like this is going to be a total of about 5 minutes of a laser engrave. So we are going to get that set up for us so we can actually do the engraving right now. Also, I guess, Saturn, I haven't asked, what color of leather do you want this patch to be? Do you have an idea? That'll kind of determine obviously what leather we use. I guess the one that makes sense would be the whiskey, because that's going to be what I want to use for the square patches, but we could do this in 2 different prints. So we could do our rounded squares as whiskey colored, and then we could do the feral as fuck patch as something else. So feel free to let me know. Grab our fans here. Make sure we're set up for this. Okay. Reroute some cables here. Okay, so like a neutral would be good. Yeah, the whiskey will definitely be the messenger bag. That's what I was thinking too. I also think I have some good scrap cuts of whiskey, so we definitely don't need to use a whole sheet for this. Let's see, and then we could definitely use the neutral leather for the feral as fuck one. 'Cause yeah, we could definitely paint it. Let's see, where did... Let's see, those are mostly full sheets. I know I have like a half sheet. Welcome back. Let me get over here for a second. I'm gonna pull my big scrap pile up. See if we can't find something in here. We have a lot of scrap here to work with. No. So we've got some whiskeys here. Nothing that seems like it's going to be big enough for our print. Let's dig a little bit deeper. I tend to keep almost all of my scraps simply because you never know when a half sheet or a half piece of leather will be useful. But I also tend to be pretty thorough about trying to get the most out of my engravings. So I'm not going to be super surprised if I don't find much here. So that is what it's looking like. Alright, well, without a scrap piece that I think is going to be big enough, we will see here. Yeah, this might be big enough for one of them, but I don't think it'd be big enough for both. And we could do that. Let's see. I have another one that is big enough or has a big enough gap here. I also have a little bit of my scrap here. We could do this. This would be a little bit a little bit jank for these, but we might be able to get our 4 leather pieces in. For our Feral as Fuck one, that's simple. I've already got a kind of scrap piece here that's going to be certainly big enough. So we're looking at, how big is this? Our designer, we're a total of 1.75 inches. Up there. You could probably fit 2 on this piece. We definitely could do this. Okay. It's going to be a little bit of a... we're going to do this in 2 pieces, 2 parts. It's going to be a little bit of throwing some stuff together so I can use the scraps. But I think it's going to work well. Oh yeah, we also have this one from the face mask. So we have a few other spots here that might be large enough. I think we're going to start with the simple one. Easiest first. So we're going to do the Feral as Fuck patches first here. Pull that off. So we've got our print bed, or our engraving bed, if you will. I keep saying print, and that's because this laser engraver is actually part of a, it was originally a 3D printer, and it has been converted over to a laser engraver. But I still call it a print bed and a printer all the time. Grab a little bit of tape to help us hold it down. This just helps ensure that things don't move while we're printing. All right, I am going to briefly turn off our PTZ here, switch over to our overhead, mostly so I can move our PTZs over to look at the laser. Turn that off for just a second. Go. Hopefully everyone's still doing okay tonight. And fingers crossed this has been a enjoyable stream so far. I've been having a good time. There we go. Just gonna get our print in here. Do a quick check. Move that over. Sorry, I'm still just getting situated here. I am glad it's a vibe. Okay. Adjust our settings here. Looks like our print is going to take about 10 minutes to cut. So we're just going to kind of hang out as we do it. Let me get our PTZ switched back on here. Good, I'm glad we're having a good time. All right, we're going to close this up. Do you have a bit of a laser cam? It's not perfect, but it does the job. So I can adjust this a little bit further. Just a little loosey-goosey when we're at a sharp angle like this, but we can make this work. All right, we are going to go ahead and start. One of these days I will have the one of these days I'll have the money and we will actually get a camera for inside, probably a nice cheap one, but it should be fun. We'll actually get it inside the enclosure, probably with a filter or something so we can see it safely and just generally watch as it goes. General reminder, if you are doing laser engraving or laser work in any way, shape, or form, you should be wearing eye protection. I have some on right now. And I'm also generally just not looking at this laser. We're hanging out over by my desk, and we're going to probably do so until it's done. But it's venting so nicely. I can't smell it at all. It is a pretty notable smell when you get to know it. It's certainly not the worst smell I've ever encountered, but it's definitely not ideal. It's like jerky. I don't know if it's quite like jerky. Yes and no. I've updated it a little bit. Mostly the 3D printed vent cover piece, the one that adapts to the 4-inch pipe, broke. It just eventually wore down and broke. So I went and bought a much thicker one that's like designed for washers and dryers and that sort of stuff. So we're using that. I also took some time to seal it up more distinctly, so it doesn't let particles out except through the hose. Does laser cutting make me more bird? Oh, I did it wrong. It's burb. I'm 85% burb now. Laser cutting makes you very burb. Borb has spoken. Now's a great time to grab a drink, stretch. Got about 3 more minutes of laser cutting. 64% burb. %, burb. We got so much burb in chat right now. All right, we get about a minute and a half of laser cutting and about probably a minute and a half of ads for people who have them. So feel free to, again, grab some water, maybe check in, see how burb you are if you haven't in a while. And otherwise, just stretch, get comfy, maybe grab a snack. Been going for a little while. If you haven't had anything to eat, that would be a good time. We want you to take care of yourself. Only 8% burb, Smokies. Sorry. You've been deburbed. All right, we're in the final stages. 15 seconds left, roughly. We'll see how our patches look. %, off. That's a bummer. That should be another one that gets an award. If you're 69% burb, you get something special. I don't know. All right, the laser is done. So we're gonna switch back over to our tabletop so we can take a look at things. Switch that off for a second just so I can adjust it. All right, here we go. I think this turned out pretty good. Let's get our other camera set up here for a little bit of a closer view. Definitely need to zoom it back out here. There we are. That turned back on. Yeah, it turned out really good. This is exactly what I was kind of hoping for. So the letters and the Therian symbol are very visible, but kind of stand out from the actual engraving itself, which is great because it means that we can paint it pretty easily. Now, for the final little check here, gonna see, did they cut well? They sure did. So we'll set these to this to the side for now. Let my fans stay running for a little bit just to keep airing things out. Otherwise, it will smell a little like jerky in here. But yeah, I think that turned out pretty good. Now, with that in mind, I keep moving this because I'm just trying to find a good angle for us here. Here we are. That'll work a little bit better for the moment. Saturn, the next question I have for you is what color do you want the actual leather to be? Because this is a neutral, we can dye it into different colors. Well, obviously we can paint the lettering and the emblem, but the background color of the leather, we can actually make that any color we want as well. While you're working or thinking on that, it is, and I'll actually hold our patch up to the tear here in a second, just so you can get a feel for size. First though, you kind of get a rough feel for cut lines or thread lines. Go. Do the same thing on the other one. So let's take a look before we make a decision. You're definitely on the white portion here. We do go up into the pink a little bit. I guess we could also move it down. It would still work fine right at the edge of the pink. Let's switch this over. That will be a little more visible there. We could paint it rainbow. That would be a lot of extra work, but it's definitely doable. So you're thinking, Victe, you're thinking white with the background, trans-Therian colors, kind of like I have the gay Therian colors on this one. And then just some other color for the text. I could see that. All right. If we wanted white, we definitely should have engraved this on white. That would have been the easier choice for a backdrop. But I know we weren't quite thinking about that at that time. And I could see if I still have some scrap white that we could engrave. Yep, it wouldn't be that hard to do another one. There we go. Okay. So that's what we're looking at. Let me see if I've got some scrap white pieces here. Oh yeah, we could definitely do this. Something like that, maybe. Yeah, I think we could definitely do that. That's true. We don't. For the second piece, we don't need to cut a new one if we don't want to. So we can just do the one here. That would certainly give us a little more space. But we also could. We do have the scrap is large enough that we could actually cut both of them. And then it matches inside and out. Just kind of up to what we want to do. Alright. While we're deciding if we want to do both or not, because I definitely don't mind printing both. I'm not going to use this white for much else, at least this particular scrap of it. And there's also the, sorry for the fan noises. There's also the little autistic part of me that's like, it's the same on both. Alright, if we do that, we do print both here. Probably not going to show this one again, just for the sake of making things a little bit easier for the camera's sake, and we can also work on some other stuff while we're waiting for it. Move this up a little bit. There we go. Alright, we're going to get this going then. So that's just going to go in the background while we work on some other stuff. Namely, I'm going to kind of clean my table up just for a second. We might do some painting of flags. So I know we need to at least get a clear coat on these. It should only take a moment. we might as well get those done. Grab our clear coat stuff. So this is Resin. It is just a acrylic finish designed for leather. It's flexible, and yeah, the flags did turn out really good. I really appreciate and like how they turned out. I was really worried about those greens, but they came out and turned out nice. Just give it a nice clean coat like that. Just want to make sure every bit of the paint has a good shine on it. All the way to the edges here. Once they do, let's set them aside. And this Resin is just going to kind of protect the leather. It's going to protect that paint specifically. Make it a little bit water resistant, or at least more water resistant, as well as keep it from getting like scuffed up or scratched easily. Just helps these last a little bit longer. There we go. All right, I have a bit of a request. I just noticed I am at 48 followers. I would love to get to 50. And the reason is because at 50, I get to unlock VIP status for chat, which means people who are exceptionally burb, or maybe even people who are 69% burb, could get VIP status, which would be a lot of fun. Just a little silly thing to add. As well as for other chat commands, we could do some fun stuff with that. But that's 2 more followers. I would love to get there. So if you know friends or have friends that like to watch chill streams, love to kind of hang out and chat, whether they want to speak or not, please tell them about me, share my stuff, because I am trying to grow the channel and would love to see more people here. All right. Got about 7 more minutes on that print. We're doing pretty good here. Resin is on, so we can just kind of let those dry for a little bit. Rinse out my brush here just to help keep it nice.
Hey birdie. Hey birdie. Birdie. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? With an expanded free trial which you can play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 for free with no restrictions on playtime.
Hey Saturn, please. I've heard of it. I don't need to hear of it again. I promise. It's okay. I've given y'all this power The power of Borb. I don't regret it. It makes me giggle. Okay. Why did you pin that? It's enormous. I can't see the rest of the chat with my setup because that pin is so big. All right, let's see. With these drying, we're doing good. The next stuff would be painting some of our other flags. I have my gender fluid and my agender flag that we could do. Agender would be black, light gray, white, and light green. So it'd be another set of these. And then our gender fluid is going to be another set of our 5 stripes, and it's pink, white, purple, black, and blue. So I think we can get those set up if we want. Either way, I should get the drop cloth here, the drop paper, just to get that set up, because we are definitely going to want it for any sort of painting we do on the patch as well. So we're just going to move some of this stuff out of the way. Put away some of the tools I'm not going to use for a while. I'm usually very bad about cleaning up my workspace. I think I've talked about it before, but chatting with y'all on Livestream has really actually helped me kind of stay more aware of it, because, you know, it's like companies coming over, so we have to have everything spotless. How did that phrase go? We can't let them know people live here. So it makes me want to clean. I hope y'all feel like the company that I invited over. All right, we've got about 2 minutes left. All right, feeling a little bit better about that. Scraps away. Set you aside for now. Here we go. And just about on time, our laser is just finishing up here. Ah. Move all of this stuff out of the way here. Make some space. Use my little pen cup as our weight here. All right, our lasers are done. That's right, I usually do this here. All of my paints. There we go. How's everyone doing? We smelling that laser smell? I sure hope not. All right. Here's our second engraving. Pretty good. The ending noises? I agree, it does fuck a lot more. Yeah, I did eat a little bit before stream. I was trying to think ahead. Oh, the zipper noise of me opening the enclosure. Okay, so this turned out pretty good. This really looks good. The downside did not quite cut all the way through. I should have had it do one more pass, but that's okay. We can always cut through it ourselves. We are strong, independent women. We can do it ourselves if the laser doesn't want to do it. So that's what we're gonna do. This Are we still in the driveway? We might still be in the driveway. So last year, while prepping for one of our big vending events, Star and I stayed up for like 2 days straight making stuff. And we got to the event, but we felt very delirious. And so we joked that most of the time we just never left the driveway. We had just hallucinated the entire thing. So occasionally, we just need to check. Are we still in the driveway? All right. Do that. There we go. There we go. Now let's clean off the soot marks. I might actually run and give this an actual rinse under our sink, because that will actually clean this out a lot better than just wiping it down. So while we do that, I am going to go ahead and mute my mics. But I will be right back, and we will see what this kind of looks like.
quick while Birdie is away talk about FF14.
All right, I'm back. Did I miss anything? Were we talking about anything weird? No, Saturn definitely plays. So does Kitty Deer. Good day both. Oh! Hi! Thank you so much! Thank you for the follow. Thanks for coming by. It's just a critically acclaimed MMORPG. We are working on some patches here. So we just laser engraved some custom design here. Oh my gosh, Bagel, hi! Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. And that actually hit our 50 follower goal. I am really excited. I finally will have VIP. So we can do some fun stuff with chat commands that way. Welcome. Oh my gosh, and a subscription. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Raging Cajun Caw. Really appreciate it. I appreciate you taking the 50th follower, Bagel. That's awesome. Yeah, let me kind of catch you up to speed of what we're doing. So we have Saturn's bag here. Oh my gosh, Hype Train! A gifted sub? Raging Cajun, thank you so much. Holy smokes. We hit our goals. There's so many new records happening. What is going on? Thank you so much for all the subscriptions, for the hype train, for everything. I'm just a bird. I'm just out here doing leather work. I appreciate that y'all like watching me. So it really means a lot. So this patch is actually going to cover this this broken, worn out piece of this worn out hole in this bag. What's up, Bagel? Oh my gosh, so much stuff. Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you so much, Bagel. We just hit that sub goal too. Holy smokes. Anyway, I'm trying to get this sentence out. So this patch is just going to sit right here. Just cover it up. We'll have one on the back as well. It's just going to kind of help cover up this hole, reinforce it a little bit, and just give this a really nice, clean look. And kind of customize this. So I'm excited for it. You yoinked so many goals. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Thank you so much for the hype train. Thank you for the level 3, for that new record. I'm just flabbergasted. Thanks, Bagel. Thank you, Raging Cajun Caw, both of you so much. Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we are going to carve out the you is a burb. You got the burb badge. We're going to carve out our thread lines here so that we can put these back to back, punch our holes, and then when we stitch them, we can make sure they're in line and make sure they look good and are, stay in line. But in order to do that, we got to first get an engraving done. Or rather, gosh, I can't even talk right now. I'm so surprised. We got to get these lines cut, or this line's marked, so we can punch those holes properly. I will be able to speak at some point. Clean that up a little bit. We're just going to go around for both of these. Bagel, you get some good rest. I'll have a good stream, especially with all of that, and I hope you have a good night and a good day tomorrow. And I'll definitely hop in on one of your streams coming up. And yeah, can't wait for you to get up here so we can hang out again. All right. Getting these made up really nicely here. There we go. So again, these lines are just going to kind of help us mark out where those stitches are going to go so that we can make sure they line up. When we're doing stitching like this, we want to make sure all of our lines match up and are even. We have the tools for it. I'll actually kind of walk us through how that goes. But before we do that, I need to adjust this stuff. So what we might do first is we will actually paint, and then we will come back and do the stitch lines after everything's dried and acrylic sealed, so that we can kind of do that portion all together at the time. So, Saturn, we were talking about doing the trans colors for the Therian. Did we have a color for the Feral as Fuck? We have a wide range of colors. I also have a bunch of my neons, which I haven't gotten a chance to use yet. Holy smoke, Hype Train level 3? Oh my gosh, so much stuff. Yep, we've got neon pink. So this is, I think we actually have two different types here. We have Jamaican Joy, Tahitian pink. Actually, we've got three. We've got Parisian pink. Let me get a little better angle here. Choo-choo. So do you have a preference on which neon we go with? The one that's closest to... Oh yeah, I could actually do that. That's a great idea. Just take a little bit of our scrap white here, and we're just going to do a little bit of painting. So the nice thing about this type of paint here, this neon, is it is slightly UV reactive. So it is ultimately going to, oh, this one has a brush, perfect. It is ultimately going to really kind of shine and glow. Looks like all of these might have brushes in them. They sure do. Okay. So here's our 3 color differences. I'm going to try to get our camera nice and close here. See you in a few minutes, Raging Cajun Caw. Thanks for hanging out. That's fair. It might be hard to tell on the camera, so I might describe it for you a little bit. Let's see if changing any of the temperature will help. Not really. Okay, so the Jamaican Joy, the middle one here, is definitely the cooler one. The one on the far left does have a little bit more orange to it. And the one on the right is definitely more of like our hot pink. Make sure I don't have... It's Rio Red. Tahitian because it's warmer. I'm kind of with you on that. It's definitely more the like... Yep, we are on a fairly blue light. I can adjust that though. Let's see, where did my remote go? Let's go through our color wheel here, our Kelvin wheel. You want to go just go for Tahitian? This is a warmer light setup. I still think Tahitian's gonna look best. I think it's your like more standard, like warm, hot pink, if you will. So it's personally what I would go with as well. So I think that's what we'll end up doing. All right. So with that decided, let's do some painting. Now there is a secondary question that I have for you. We could theoretically do basically an all neon trans flag or trans colors for the Therian. It would definitely be more of that hot pink rather than kind of the baby pink and blue. Welcome back, Raging Cajun Caw. But it could be fun if we wanted to go for like a full neon kind of clubby style. If we don't, I think just doing the regular trans colors still looks really good. Okay, I'm gonna go by usernames until I'm told otherwise. But thank you so much, Noelle, both for the subs and for just hanging out. We're happy to have you. Let's see here. What brush do I want to use for this? probably the one we used yesterday. Okay. Do a little bit more on the scrap here, make sure we don't have any other colors that bleed through. Looking pretty good there. Let's see, the other thing I do want to do before I do anything else is actually I want to aha, there you are. This leather prepper. So this leather's got such a like a sheen to it that I actually want to take a little bit of this alcohol mix and just kind of paint over these letters to kind of deglaze them so they're more likely to take that paint. Unfortunately, not all that much to look at while I'm doing this, because it's just painting a clear onto the white. But it'll help make sure that this hot pink we have actually sticks and looks good. So we definitely want to do this. Smokies, thank you so much for hanging out.
To stop shrimping.
I'm on. Okay, fine. I'll stop shrimping. Smokies, thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next time. I'll be on again Sunday afternoon, doing some gaming instead of some leather work for once. But otherwise, have a good night. Bird song. Okay. That'll dry very quickly. Oh my gosh. Space Hippo, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. We are painting a patch right now. It's going to go on a bag to cover up and reinforce a hole. Thought a patch might be a fun way to do this. So that's what we're doing. Yeah, I love doing physical art. It is something that I've really enjoyed. I do occasionally do digital art, but I don't really stream it because I just don't feel confident in it. But leatherworking and physical medias I feel much more confident with, so I enjoy doing it. Well, this paint is going to be something else to work with. I have to do a lot of small, short, thin coats on this one. I'm going to focus on getting the excess off here. Have a good night, Esper. Thank you so much for hanging out. definitely think the strategy here is going to be several really light coats. This paint is surprisingly difficult to work with here. Again, it's probably that high gloss of this white leather. Even with the deglazer, it's just not wanting to stick really well. It's definitely a thicker leather, or thicker paint for sure. I'm going to switch over to my fine detail brush here for the smaller letters. See if we can't make those work a little bit better. We'll come back to the big F here in a few minutes. Yeah, it's definitely going on thinner than it actually holds, but this is actually a new paint. This is not the same that we've used. This neon is a different paint altogether, but it is behaving like that other pink that we dealt with. So I think we will just have to do several coats. Yeah, every time I try to go back over it, we just end up moving the paint around a little bit. So I think I'm just going to try to focus on getting some evenness, and then we'll go back over with it. I know we're going a little bit later than I usually do, so thanks for hanging out for those of you that are. I figure we can get at least a little bit of the this paint done, and then I'll probably call it here, and we can do the Therian emblem next time we're on. So probably Monday. That is super fair. Have a good night, you two. Thank you so much for hanging out. Definitely need to talk with y'all more about the Mercury market and what we can do for that. So I'll reach out. See ya. There we go. We're getting there. Bring that down a little bit for you. So yeah, we're just going to focus on getting a really thin coat here. My thought is if we can get the thin coat on, future coats will actually stick a little bit better. And we can just do a few big coats here, and we should be okay. There we go. Right. That is coat 1 on that. So it still looks a little messy right now, but I'm hoping that another coat, which we'll try with the F real fast, will look better now that it's had a little chance to dry here. We'll see if we can get a nice even coat. Either way though, I think after I do the F, I will probably let this sit overnight and we will call it here. But let's just see. I just want to test a theory. The second coat's definitely helping. This will probably need like 3 or 4 coats if I had to guess. But it's probably just for this paint. Like this particular color is just a little more watery, a little more see-through, so it's just going to require a little more work. That's okay. Just keep painting our gay little F here. It's definitely looking nicer. It is a little bit of a UV reactive material, which is also probably what's causing some of the wateriness. But it does look like every little coat that we do is going to help stick a little bit better and kind of even itself out just a hair. So I'm heartened by that. Yeah, that's looking good. Like I said, I think we're gonna call it a night. Thanks y'all. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for supporting me. Thanks for helping me get past 50 followers and all the way up to 18 subscribers. That's crazy. Love y'all so much. You are amazing. And yeah, I will be back on let's see here. I cannot snooze this ad. I will be back on Sunday. We're going to be playing Everything is Crab, taking a break from the leatherwork, kind of taking that weekend, just playing a game. I'm thinking I'm probably going to be on at like 2 or 3 p.m. I will update my schedule and let y'all know, probably post it as well. Yeah, I think we will start to end it there. I'll stick around for another minute or so just because of the ads. Just to reiterate, in case somebody is stuck in an ad loop at the moment. And then we will finish up. Yeah, I had a lovely time tonight. It was a lot of fun to work through this, to design stuff with y'all. I thought it was really fun to just kind of figure out this design. I'm excited to get it added to Saturn's bag and see the final product. All right, we get about 30 seconds left of ads, but we will start winding down here. Again, feel free to check out my leather shop if you ever want to grab something, or feel free to message and offer suggestions or make requests for stuff that you might want to see. Whether you want to do a custom commission or even just, hey, I'd love to see this in my store sometime. I'm happy to do both. And yeah, feel free to drop by the Discord that just went live. And otherwise, yeah, like I said, I will be back on Sunday, probably around 2 or 3. We're going to be playing some games instead of leatherwork for a break. And then we'll be back next week with the regular schedule. But thanks, y'all. Have a good night.